ازيكم يا شباب، عاملين ايه؟ اتمنى يا رب يا رب يا رب ان انتوا تكونوا بخير. امين يا رب. يلا نلعب على طول بقى. يلا بينا. كده الحاجة. يلا بينا. كنت هزعل قوي. هزعل قوي يجيب لي ان كل ده في الاخر ما تسجلش. كنت هزعل قوي قوي قوي. You can upgrade your weapons using workbench, which are available in every hideout. Benbrook Hospital.
Yes, Nurse Crane? How can I help you?
I'm so sorry. I know Dr. Swansea wanted you to rest, but we have somewhat of a crisis.
A crisis, you say?
Our supply of antiseptics is nearly depleted. I was hoping there was another box up here, but...
Sorry, there's nothing here.
Some of the patients won't last the night without them. Honestly, sir, I'm beside myself.
I may have a solution. In France, during the war, drugs shortage was a daily problem, and we had to use our wits to overcome the shortages.
However do you mean?
If combined correctly, certain household chemical products can be used in a pinch instead. Now, where's the hospital storeroom?
The storeroom? Fat chance. This is the Pembroke, and space is luxury we don't have. Everything used to be stored in the old morgue.
Perhaps I should look there first. Where is this morgue?
It's the large building behind the hospital. You'll need to go in the back door because it's been sealed off for sanitary reasons. Take this key. It opens a small back entrance at the end of a narrow street.
The abandoned morgue behind the hospital. A small door at the end of a narrow street. On my way then. Thank you, nurse.
Old Morgue. أكيد هيبقى فيه وحوش هناك، يعني مشرحة وقديمة.
It's locked, all right.
أكيد هيبقى فيه. Okay. No one shall enter or leave quarantine area. Quarantine area restricted access. حلو قوي الحتة بتاعت دم فوق وتحت. ايه ده عشان اخرج؟ لا 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 لا، كانش قصدي، كانش قصدي. مش قصدي. Be careful when you sell items, as some ingredients are hard to gather and may be vital for unlocking and crafting advanced recipes. أشكالهم وحشة أوي.
similar to the infected William Bishop. Must be the same strain. This sickness moves faster than influenza.
نسميه sickness مات.
Balls of Mars, fortifiers. As popular as they are ineffective. But they do contain iron tartrate, and that might prove itself useful. It's locked, all right.
right ما تزعقش يا حبيبي.
This key will surely grant me access to the basement.
كل حاجة كل عض يا ابن العضاض. زنبايا عضاض صحيح. اوكي قبل ما ننزل البيزمنت نطلع نبص فوق بصة. ماشي ما خدناش وقت. بمعنى
These scowls feed from corpses and the husks of animals. They're not allowed to...
من العضاضة. كل يا حبيبي كل يا بابا اتغذى كده كل. بس غريبة هنا مفيش فاني. يعني المكان ده الطبيعي يبقى مليان فان، مفيش فان. قلبنا على The Last of Us. اوكي. ايه ده؟ You just acquired a new type of hand weapon to equip it with directly to scam branch. لحظة كده. attack speed stamina أقل، يا stamina أكتر. يا attack أقل ولا stamina أكتر؟ ماشي. attack أقل ولا stamina أكتر؟ ده كده اللي معايا. اوكي. ماشي، لسه مفتحتش حاجة. هما دول ماشي. اوكي. A new citizen investigation is available based citizen investigations. Displayed here. You can start a new citizen quest by tracking it. Enter the backyard, find the lost wallet, bring back the wallet its owner. Okay. حلو موضوع الانفستيجيشن ده على فكرة. ماشي، نعمل انفستيجيشن حلو. نخلص اللي في ايدينا دلوقتي. Office of Pembroke Hospital, medical examiner سامويل كونان، ميل 39 سنة، صياد.
Mr. Connor's injuries don't match the report. I'd better look into this.
Oh.
Traces of a pinkish foam at the corner of the lips. Some sort of drug overdose, perhaps? Multiple abrasions and scarring on the arms and legs. Old and distinctive injuries of a sailor or a fisherman. The chest was originally opened to perform the operation. The sutures are clean, but the chest has been reopened. A puncture over the left lung, possibly a chest tube insertion. Not the cleanest work, but I think it was successful. Signs of internal bleeding. So, Dr. Tippett's anesthetics were incorrectly dosed, causing the patient's death. And then he tried to operate on him again. Tippett has made an egregious error. It's time we talked. Tippett has made an...
Find out the cause of death. Interrogate Kraken Tibbets about medical. Interrogate Gwen's Berenger about medical error. ماشي. جيت من الناحية دي أصلا صح؟ لا الباب ده لا. اللحظة عشان ده ما عملوش اللي انا كنت توقعت ان هو يعمله يعني. ده ستان وده 3 بلاد سبيشن. عشان نجربه تاني السلاح ده عشان اتأكد برضه بيعمل بالظبط.
These Skulls can be so ferocious. I'm not sure I can defeat them without becoming stronger. To drink blood is so tempting. Sodium hypochlorite. Dangerous to administer, but efficient in the proper dosage.
قتل لا بأس به يعني كويس. ايوه ثانية لحظة. عايز 2 من ده. مش مطمن. ماشي. كل يا حبيبي كل واتغذى. انا بقى دخلت المكان القذر ده منين اصلا؟ ومن الباب التاني، بس نخرج من الباب ده. اوكي ماشي حلو كده. نطلع لفوق سنة على كده سنة. محترم مايك محترم. انت مايك محترم. انت محترم من الناس. خليك كده بقى. هذه المستشفى صح؟ هي دي المستشفى. cover each row and sneeze with handkerchief منديل. walk to work. do not spite. drink from your own cup. avoid crowds. if taken ill go to bed and send for a doctor. يعني كلها تدابير صحية صحيحة يعني. اللي احنا بنعملها الفترة دي بسبب كورونا. مين ومين؟ راكن تيبتس وجوانس. حبيبة قلبي.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Tell me what Dr. Tippett did. I know his mistake caused a patient's death.
If I had not covered up his error, Dr. Tippett would have been fired from this hospital. I could not let that happen.
You can't allow your emotions to dictate your conduct concerning patients, Nurse Brannigan.
Look around you, Dr. Reed. Do you really think we can afford to lose a brilliant practitioner like Dr. Tippett's in our situation?
I can't say I approve of what you did. But as a field surgeon, I know that some situations require you to bend the rules.
I'm not proud of what I've done, but to contain the epidemic must be our priority, so we can't afford to lose Dr. Tippett.
Okay.
Goodbye, nurse.
تعال انت بقى.
Good evening, Dr. Tippett.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
لحظة واحدة. راجع على طول، دقيقة وراجع على طول. أنا رجعت يا شباب. كنت بعمل حاجة كده.
بس احنا
صح ان اللعبة دي ملهاش دعم خالص خالص خالص. اوكي تحت كده شوية. ايوه كده. ده كده حلو زي الفل، ما تقلقش، ده حلو بس كده. أمورة كتكوت. مايك حلو لطيف. اوكي مايك لطيف. لحظة. اوكي هذا كده بس سنة. لحظة واحدة. تمام كده. ايه اللي باين هنا؟ في اي حاجة هنا باينة سنة. حلو التعديلات اللي مباشرة دي، حلو. بحب انا الحاجات اللي في اللايف دي. تمام كده زي الفل. قشطة. Okay, let's go. الكاميرا في الكلام مش حلوة على فكرة خالص، بجد الكاميرا وحشة أوي، بتجيب زاوية غريبة أوي.
Corcoran, I want you to tell me about Mr. Connor. How did he die? What happened?
He was my patient. He died because of my mistake. That's the blunt truth.
Why not stop practicing?
Are you mad? I killed that man, I admit it, and it won't happen again. I have saved so many lives since then.
Who was
مش عشان غلطة برضه يا جوناثان.
Some sick man from the docks, maybe a fisherman. I had no time to talk with him. No one claimed a body.
What was the nature of the mistake?
It was a twofold error. My diagnosis was wrong, and the administered dosage was too strong.
ماشي ماشي، انت اعترفت بغلطتك وخلاص يعني. حلو موضوع العلامات الخضراء دي.
I will cover for you, Dr. Tibbets, by keeping what happened to Mr. Connor to myself.
I don't know what to say, actually. I can't exactly force you to become my accomplice.
You didn't force me. This is my decision to make. I believe you're still of use to the hospital, considering the situation.
Then I can make you this promise. As soon as the epidemic is eradicated, I will resign.
لا مش لدرجة ان انت تزين يعني انت برضه دكتور ليك سمعتك يعني.
What will you do after your resignation? Do you have a plan?
I always fancied visiting Cyprus. Such a beautiful island. I could buy a house there by the sea, read poetry, and wait for death.
انت دكتور كويس
Goodbye,
على
Dr.
فكرة.
Tibbets.
انت دكتور كويس. دي حقيقة انت دكتور كويس.
The patients are not fools. They know we are...
Trust Gwen's and cover Dr. Tibbets' error. Cover Dr. Tibbets in exchange for his resignation. هو برضه كان يعني الغلطة دي أي طبيب تاني هي يعني خلاص. أقول لكم إيه؟ لا هو فعلا كان لازم يستقيل.
overwhelmed by this horrifying epic.
Perhaps I should have considered the offer from that Cadogan fellow.
Finally, you've returned, Doctor. Did you find anything of value?
Yes, nurse.
You've worked your first miracle, Doctor. Now, this patient here needs immediate treatment.
Duty calls. When the storm has passed, I'll show you how to mix the remedy yourself with the same basic ingredients.
Many thanks, Doctor. When you've finished, you ought to report to Dr. Swansea in his office. He's been looking for you. Seemed pressing.
عينيا حاضر. Disease decrease the blood quality of a citizen. Treat them with the correct medicine. Speak to the patients in the room behind Dorsey to check his medical status. ماشي. A rat in a hospital.
You always knew the words to calm the children, Ellen. As for me,
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
ايه اعمل له ايه؟ اديها له ازاي؟ اديها له ازاي دي؟ اديله العلاج ازاي؟ How to give him a medicine. مفيش حاجة هنا تعرفني الهنت ده. معايا العلاج
Do you
اهو.
need any help?
I'm afraid I may, sir. I don't mean to be a burden.
ايوه I1 ماشي.
You are not a burden, sir. Healing you is my responsibility.
And you have my gratitude for that.
No blood loose. هو انا اكيد مش بساعده عشان لما بقى اكله بعد كده يعني. وهيكون ده السبب.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate.
Don't waste your time with me.
هو يكون ده السبب، ده انا هزعل منك جدا لو هو ده السبب. Remember, Citizen's Blood will provide you a massive هو ده السبب. A massive XP boost. Look for Citizen for of your maximize level or below. Choose wisely. Okay. لا على فكرة أنا بعالي.
Harcroft said she was being watched by vampire hunters. Where are they hiding? I should investigate.
بساعدك يا حبيبي مش عشان أكلك بعدين. هنا مفيش غير الحقيقة ده، بس يعني نسأله، نعرف نسأله
Good
أصلا.
evening, Doc.
أوكي مش هنعرف نسأله.
Do you need medical attention? I'm feeling all right, Doctor. But perhaps it is because I, too, am used to the smell of the dead. Goodbye, Mr. Chidana.
Find out who is spying on Selma. Selma؟ مش عارف، سلمى تقريبا، حاجة زي كده. أيوة حبايب قلبي. البيت بتاعي بتتكلم بجد.
That's it. Gone up like king.
Okay. يوم 25 أكتوبر. Towards the end because vampire activity hospital survey investigation machine. female vampire. سمعوا إن في vampire أنثى في المستشفى. كل اللي عندهم المعلومات اللي عندها أول اسم من اسمها اللي هو سلمى، ما يعرفوش بقى الاسم. البت طلع عندها حق. البت طلع عندها حق. انا ما كنتش مصدقها، وقاعد عمال تقول لها ديلوجن ديلوجن. ده انت اللي ديلوجن. طلعتي صادقة يا بنت انت.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor. Warm, rich, vibrant blood.
Tell me, Thelma, what do you really know about vampires?
I saw one and he saw me. I watched him hunt and kill. I saw his terrible wounds heal as his victim died. And then I knew I was saved.
You mean you actually saw a vampire? Here in London?
Yes. And it has been the answer to my pain. I must drink and kill to regenerate my decaying body. I am a vampire too.
You have no idea what problems your claim could cause if heard by the wrong people, Miss Howcroft. You must stop this nonsense, now.
Why fear the truth? Strange things live in the dark, Dr. Reed. Strange and ancient beings that were here before this island even had a name.
Tell me, Thelma, why do you feel so attached to Mr. Elwood? Why him?
I'm not sure, Doctor. I think we have a bond of some sort. We've both suffered so much. He's the only mortal I find interesting.
Would you say you and Mr. Elwood are romantically involved?
No. No, Thomas is a delicate soul. Even though he disguises it. But I am not the woman he needs. No, for I am a vampire, Doctor.
Do you plan to make him a vampire too?
Of course not. How could I inflict my curse on anybody else? I'm not that cruel, Doctor.
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
Okay.
This is no time for suspense.
استغرب أوي بس لما يبقى شغال كويس على الكمبيوتر وعلى التليفون بيعلق كده، بقلق أوي. اوكي. Open after 9 مساء. ليفل 18. ليفل 10. الليفل عالي أوي أوي أوي. الواحد يخلي باله عشان ايه شكل ضربة واحدة منه ده الواد ده. هو جايلك هو جايلك هو جايلك هو جايلك. Okay. Concerning the recruitment of new boys in Whitechapel, I think I have found one. I'll be stupid as a stool, but tough and young. Ask him to prove to me he could get some drugs for the black market and deliver quickly and nicely. If it's okay with you, I am going to tell him he's accepted as a wet boot boy the next time we meet. مين ده؟ هما اختفوا كده ازاي مرة واحدة؟ وايت شابل بيمبرج اوه ده اول واحد شفناه هنا. ماشي.
Stupid beast! An end to you! Finish it! You leeches in killing!
Oh. تشحن المسدس ويخلص. أول موتة ماشي. هلو خالد، أهلا. ايه رأيك في المقبرة اللي الواحد قاعد فيها دي؟ شوف نصيبك، جيت على أول موتة. انت جاي بص جاي تقعد على البحر، مفيش أي ولا صوت ولا ناس ولا في أي حاجة. اتفضل منور البحر، منور المحيط يا خالد. يا خالد كنت هقولك يا خالد ازاي. مفيش دعم، لعبة قذرة. اعتقد توم بيدر الجزء التاني، بعد كده نلعب لعبة، بعد كده توم بيدر الجزء التالت. توم بيدر 3 أجزاء. التالت هو شادوز توم بيدر. التالت هو شادوز توم بيدر. بس الاونلاين تصدق يعتبر شلته شوية من الحسابات، مش عارف ليه. يعني كنت ناوي اجيب طبعا ريمبو 6 سيج، بس بسبب طبعا بسبب ظروف معرفتش اجيبه بدري، عشان لسه الشحن هيجيلي دلوقتي اصلا. يعني حتى معرفتش اعمل بي اوردر الافنجرز عشان العب البيتا، حتى معرفتش اعمل بي اوردر. لا ما هو انت عندك اللعبة دي من ناو، تمام. انا مش هي فترة هتتشال من على ناو اصلا. فيعني انا كنت ناوي اشتريها، طبعا التخفيض راح. فالتخفيض راح كله. ايه ده؟ لحظة، اوعى. الدبانة لسه ما ماتتش على فكرة. الدبانة لسه ما ماتتش. قعدت انت تقولي سيبها في حالها سيبها في حالها. اصل انا كنت هجيب النسخة اللي نازلة بكل 5 سنين اضافات، مش هجيب اللي هي النسخة العادية. فالنسخة دي في التخفيض عاملة $40 $45 على المزرعة. في العادي النسخة دي عاملة $90 على مزرعة. ففي فرق طبعا، $50 $45. انا عشان كده. انما النسخة التانية عاملة كام يا ربي؟ النسخة اللي هي اوه النسخة العادية خالص عاملة $8، في العادي عاملة $20. ففي فرق كبير طبعا ما بين الاتنين. شك. اللعبة حلوة. انا اللي بضغط على نفسي واروح اقتلهم من قبل مستوى ما يبقى عالي على فكرة، يعني زي تحدي كده. يعني انا بتحدى نفسي ان اقتل في العاب كتير بعملها، ان انا اقتل شخص قبل ايه. ده فيها موت اهو، ده انا بموت لك يا خلودة، انا بموت لك. امال لو ما فيهاش موت يا خالد كنت عملت ايه؟ ده انا بموت اهو، مش عاجبك؟ انت في لعبة يا خالد مش هتعجبك خالص، لعبة اتعلن عنها في ايفنت بلاي ستيشن. مشكلة انا لما موت في مصيبة حصلت. نعم. لا كده عيب. في لعبة عبارة عن ان انت ما بتموتش اصلا. اقتلني باستلس، اسمها باستلس، بتنزل على بلاي ستيشن 5. عبارة عن ان انت ما بتموتش، يعني اللعبة مخصصة ان انت ما تموتش اساسا. بيقول لك نو داينج. فتخيل انت تلعب لعبة ما فيهاش موت يا خالد، تخيل انت كده. الهدف ليها هدف تاني، بس انت ما بتموتش في اللعبة يعني، او ممكن تكون بتموت مش عارف، بس هم قالوا كده في الاعلان. يعني هم قالوا كده في الاعلان، بس ممكن تكون بتموت. ايه يعني هنصدقهم؟ ما يمكن يطلعوا كدابين. الله، مش ممكن يطلعوا كدابين. ليه لا؟ ليه لا؟ ممكن يطلعوا كدابين. تخيل اللي عامل اللعبة ذات نفسه ممكن يطلع كداب عادي. لا عندي بس ما لعبتهاش يعني. بص انا زودتها قوي مع نفسي بصراحة، زودتها قوي زودتها قوي قوي. خليك انتي بقى دلوقتي. انا زودتها قوي، قلت هروح اقتلهم مت انا، خلصت رصاص عليهم. يلا ربنا ينتقم منهم. يعني هي انا لعبت البداية يعني ما كملتش حتى القصة. البداية ذات نفسها ما عجبتنيش مش عارف ليه. I'm tired of your shit Clay. What did you do? All the bloody ducks are gossiping about how my husband has just got that stupid kid. How many times did I tell you to count to 20 before doing late? How can you expect to do business and that women are looking for you? Even to kill you. Don't come home tonight. I have seen strange men in arms with anything. Clyde. انت بتشوف لعبة حلوة في ناو. بتشوف لعبة حلوة في ناو. امال ايه؟ انا فهمت ان انت بتشوف لعبة حلوة في ناو. مفيش مية على فكرة، مفيش مية. هو في صوت مية بس مش شايف مية بتنزل خالص. معلش هعطلك تعالى لي.
Dr. Reed, still working at night, I see. I like that.
And why is that?
People who don't sleep at night always seem more alive to me. More interesting, one way or another.
ما اعتقد ريز يعني هنا مش عارف. هي كانت قبل ما نعمل لها البث حقيقي على تويتش حتى الان تقريبا مشهورة في الناس كتير دلوقتي بتعملها بس مش عارف ليه. بس هي جات لها موجة مرة واحدة كده. ممكن تكون فعلا في الوطن العربي مش مشهورة قوي اللعبة دي، ما اعتقد. ممكن تكون فعلا مش مشهورة. بس توم بريدر الجزء التاني وكنترول اصلا هلعب توم بريدر، واعتقد بعد توم بريدر الجزء التاني هيبقى كنترول، وبعد كده شادو اوف ذا توم بريدر. اعتقد دول ممكن يبقوا مشهورين، ممكن دول يبقى عليهم دعم شوية.
Do you ever think about that poor fellow I saw you push in the water?
The wound he gave me will make sure I don't forget him. Still fucking hurts. Boss had cut me good.
That man was determined to murder you. You almost died.
What a surprise. The first time I met him, he shit himself. Fucking coward. I guess revenge gives you balls.
What did he want? Revenge?
I recently had to kill his brother. Poor arsehole thought it would be easy to return the favor.
Perhaps you're right. Maybe only the strongest will survive in these dark times.
If there must be only one, in the end, make no mistake, I'll be the winner.
كنترول كمان عشان عربي بالعربي. كنترول موجودة بالناو.
How is your hospitalization going, Mr. Cox?
This is a shitty place with shitty staff. But as long as I'm treated all right, I'll be fine.
What's wrong with the Pembroke staff?
That bastard you sent to bring me here, Milton. I thought he was going to break all my bones before I reached my bed.
I see. Any other smart comments?
The nurses aren't too ugly. Especially that foxy one, Nurse Crane. Pretty brunette, tough attitude, all like that.
انت ايه رأيك في افنجرز؟ انا للأسف ما شفت لهاش فيديوهات يعني للأسف شو حلو انجوي. ايه رأيك بقى في افنجرز؟ انا ما شفت لهاش فيديوهات يعني ما عنديش وقت.
What's wrong with the hospital?
Come on, Dr. Reed. The place is a dump. Smelly, sad and dirty.
But you're alive thanks to the efforts and dedication of the staff here, aren't you?
What are you expecting, a medal? I thought that saving lives was just part of the job. Must be an unsatisfactory profession at this time, I'm sure.
اما انا لو كنت عملت لها بي اوضه كنت هلعب البيتا بس ما لحقتش، ومش هلعب البيتا المفتوحه. البيتا المفتوحه قبل اللعبه ما تنزل بشويه يعني مش هلعب البيتا، هبقى العب اللعبه كامله. بس مش عارف انت ايه رايك بما انك شفت الفيديو، ايه رايك؟
What can you tell me about your marriage, Clay?
Marriage is the sweetest cage, they say. Well, I found myself locked in one with a wild animal.
You mean your wife keeps you on your toes?
No, I mean we both have claws and we both love to bite.
حلوة من ناحية ايه؟ يعني حلوة من ناحية الجيم بلاي ولا القصة ولا ايه بالظبط؟ وانا خايف من القصة لعدة اسباب. اولا افنجرز دي ظهرت بعد نجاح سلسلة افلام افنجرز، وده يعني شيء واضح جدا. العين المجردة تقدر تشوف ان افنجرز طلعت بعد نجاح سلسلة افلام افنجرز كلها. تاني حاجة ان جايبين يعتبر اقوى ممثلين. هو تقريبا في مهمات جانبية او حاجة زي كده حاليا في البيتا، اكيد مش هيحطوا القصة. جايبين اقوى ممثلين، جوي بيركا، نولان نورس، تريفيس، لورا بيلي. جايبين الممثلين احسن ممثلين في الوقت الحالي، فهم جايبين احسن ممثلين. عاملين لعبة على نجاح سلسلة الافلام، فده اللي خليني مرعوب بصراحة. يعني خايف ان القصة تطلع مش قد ما انا متوقعها خالص، بالذات ان حتى الان اللي انا فهمته من القصة ان في بطلة معفنة منيلة بنيلة، البت الجديدة دي اسمها مش عارف تمارا ولا اسمها ايه، دي اللي هتروح تجمع الافنجرز. طب ازاي يا جماعة البت المعفنة دي؟ يعني انا مش واصلالي بصراحة، مش واصلالي ان البت دي هي اللي هتجمع الافنجرز يعني. فالقصة انا خايف منها جدا.
How long do you think you can escape the law, Clay?
I know this city like the back of my hand, Doc. I know its streets, who to pay, who to avoid, and who to bully. I won't get caught.
We can't escape the consequences of our actions. The past catches up with us in the end.
I ain't afraid of death. I don't hide who I am. I live my life honestly, which is more than I can say for most folks.
And who are you then?
I'm the leader of the Wet Boot Boys. One day I'll leave this shitty place and punch in the face all who thought I would not come back.
Oh, انت الليدر.
Am I right to assume your wife's letter pissed you off, Clay?
I was so mad I threw away the knife she got me when we got married.
Your wife gave you a knife as a wedding present.
That knife has always been my lucky charm. If I'd had it in my hand when I got stabbed on that pier, I'd not have been wounded.
هو دكتور على فامباير على محقق، التلاتة.
Do you want it back?
I don't need it here, but if you'd be kind enough to bring it to me, I'd be really grateful.
A grateful Clay Cox? I might just find your knife and bring it back to you to see that happen.
I can give you directions, but I'd be surprised if you managed to find it. My hideout isn't meant to be found easily.
A lucky charm? I never would have taken you as the superstitious type.
We all have our flaws, Doc. Mine's to have my weapon of choice for when the really dirty business comes around.
من شان تحرق ايه؟
I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox.
Hey, Doc.
تحرق لما اجي العبها انا يعني؟ ربنا يوفقك.
I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox.
انت شخص طيب. شخص طيب. كانت صداقة حلوة وهتنتهي قريب يا مع اول هزعل قوي على صداقتنا.
I cannot enter.
هقول يا عليكم السلام يا محمد. نوع شخبارك شحوالك شدني. تعال يا محمد. اللعبة اللي معلهاش اي بتنجان دي. اللعبة دي يا جدعان يعني اللعبة كويسة وحلوة. مش عارف ليه الناس مش جاية تتفرج. انا يا جدعان ده السؤال اللي محيرني. الناس بتيجي تتفرج على اللعبة. تصدق يا خالد صح موضوع اللعبة عليها دعم ولا لا؟ ده اللي بيبقى محيرني. هي الناس بتيجي تتفرج على اللعبة ولا بتيجي تتفرج عشاني؟ يعني اعتقد الناس بتتفرج على الستريمر عشان هو بيلعب اي لعبة بتتفرج عليه هو، مش بتتفرج على اللعبة اللي بيلعبها. يعني ده اللي انا بستغرب له بقى بصراحة عشان ما اكدبش. انت من زمان من ايام جي تي ايه بتيجي يا خالد. انا عارفك يعني. احنا والله يعني جي تي ايه دي فعلا فرحان ان هي عرفتني بيك. انا بخير يا محمد. انت شو اخبارك شو احوالك يا محمد؟ ابو خميس شايف فاكر اهو. انت اسمك ابو خميس ما اسمكش محمد. شفت ابو خميس فاكرك ابو خميس. بس فعلا بستغرب في توفي ان انا اكل 10 فران. قريت انا ده. هو توفي قذر طبعا. جايزة قذرة ان انا اكل 10 فران. لا انت انا عارف انت لما بتجيش على فكرة ممكن يكون مثلا مش في المود كده عادي. على فكرة انت بتيجي عشان نقعد نتكلم كده او كده اصلا يعني مش بتحب الالعاب دي. يعني اللي انا عرفته عنك يعني او من معرفتي بيك انت ما بتحبش الالعاب اللي هي القصصيه اوي. ما تاكل الفايه لا. بس كده. بيست كنترول بيست اللي هي يعني البيست اللي الفئران بيقعدوا كده. save this poor planet with water. ايوه صح. انقذها ازاي دي؟ هي العشاء. نسيت انا عايز انقذ. كان موجود في ذا اوردر. اللعبة دي فيها فئران.
There's one of them vermin.
يعني انا لعبت كده اللعبة دي فيها فين، ذا اوردر فيها فين، ابليكتيل فيها فين، كانت لعبة ايه تانية فيها فين؟ هي ذا اوردر كنت بقتلهم، ذا اوردر كنت بقتلهم. قتلت انا فين في ذا اوردر؟ عايز افتكر موضوع الفان اللي كان في ذا اوردر. عايز افتكر كنت باكلهم ولا كنت لا هو ما كانش بياكلهم. ذا اوردر ما كانش فيها فان اعتقد. توم بريدر اللي كان فيها فان، توم بريدر انا اختلط عليا الامر، توم بريدر اللي كان فيها فان، توم بريدر برضه انا ما افتكر بعد ما قلت ذا اوردر ما كانش فيها فان. ذا اوردر توم بريدر الفايل اللي انا كنت قاعد عمال اقتله بالمسدس ده. توم مش ذا اوردر لا. توم بريدر كنت بقتلهم. ذا اوردر كنت ذا اوردر مين؟ ابليكتيل كنت ايه؟ ابليكتيل كنت بهرب منهم او اقتلهم برضو. هنا باكلهم بقى، يعني هنا جوناثان بياكلهم. الجوع كافر وده فامباير، يعني اكله ولا اكل بني ادمين؟ انا عايز افهم المفروض ان انا كده بعمل ريفول تمام، اجي اعمل كده ريفول طلقتين بس؟ لا خليهم لك خلي لك الطلقتين. انا هعمل ريفول على طلقتين؟ ايه ده اللي هو ازاي يعني؟ door has been unlocked. ما هو كده انت مش هتحتاج رصاص قوي، يعني هنا مش هتحتاج رصاص، انت محتاج ان انت تاكلهم تقتلهم بس مش محتاج رصاص. when you find this letter I will be gone. الواد اللي كان كاتب الرسالة وعايزني اجيبها له عشان كان كاتبها لما يجي ينتحر فامه تقراها بعد ما يموت، بس بما انه ما ماتش مش عايز حد يقراها، يعني قلت الخص لكم الموضوع بتاع الرسالة دي. المهم نقرا. الواد ده قال لي لامه بص يا ماما لما تلاقي الرسالة دي انا هكون مشيت. عايزك تعرفي انا ما سبتكيش بسببك انتي. انا سبت العالم ده بسبب احساس ايه بسبيع احساس وحش قوي يعني عنده مش قادر يتخلص منه.
In this letter, Mortimer Goswick does nothing to hide his desire to die. I could give it to his mother, but doing so would betray his trust.
اوه حلو ده، حلو. حلو ده. هعمل ايه؟ خدتوا بالكم هم عملوا ايه؟
It's locked, all right.
خدتوا بالكم هم عملوا ايه اصلا؟ استنى. هو دلوقتي المفروض ان الواد ده هوديله هو رسالة تمام؟ مش مهم. الواد ده قال لي هات لي رسالة عشان محدش يقراها تمام؟ فاديله هو رسالة وما بقاش خنت ثقته، ولا اديها لامه وعرفها الاحاسيس اللي عنده عشان تساعده؟ بس لو اديتها لامه يبقى انا بخون ثقته، يعني هو جوناثان لسه قال كده. انتوا بقى ايه رايكم؟ اعمل ايه في المصيبه اللي احنا فيها دي؟ اديها لامه ولا اديها للواد؟ انت ليه قلت امه يا خالد؟ يعني بناء على ايه اختيارك؟ لازم اعرف بقى، ما اصل دي كارثه، مش عارف اديها لمين بصراحه، فعرفني بناء على ايه اختيارك لامه.
Hey, Doc.
لا يبقى انت مش هتاخدها. مش
You're lucky to be alive, Mr. Cox.
لا.
I hope you're starting to take better care of yourself.
This place is full of sickness and decay. How could I get better in such a dump?
Consider yourself lucky that I'm treating all of my patients equally. But don't push your luck.
Don't play the innocent with me. I'm sure you have good reasons to act this way. And also weaknesses that can be exploited.
عارف منين ان انا عندي مصلحة
I'll leave you for now.
لان انا بعالجه عشان اخد دم كويس بصراحة. انا بعالجه عشان اخد منه دم كويس، اكدب عليكم. اصل 1000 اكس بي غير 750. فانا بعالجه عشان لما اجي اكله اخد دم نضيف كده، دم بعلاج كده. يا جدعان ده بيقتل الناس وحقير وقذر اصلا والله. نهزر بس، هو ريكفرنج كده ويتعافى كده ويبقى زي الفل واكله على طول. انت عايز مصلحتي فاديها لوالدته. ما هي مش عارف مصلحتي ايه، انا مش عشان مصلحتي انا كده مش هستفاد حاجه، انا كده مش هستفاد حاجه. هي دي الفكره، ان انا مش هستفاد حاجه. انا مش هستفاد حاجه. هي ما فيهاش خيانه، لو اديتها له هو اللي قال لي اساسا عليها. انا اعرف منين ان الورقه دي موجوده؟ هو اللي قال لي عليها. هو اللي قال لي عايز الورقه، قال لي بما انا كنت اعملها عشان لما اجي انتحر، بما اني ما انتحرتش. تمام. طب بصوا انا هقول لكم، احنا نقرا الورقه. واحد فين؟ اهي هي دي. نشوف الكلام فيه ايه. لو كلام، بصي لما تلاقي الرسالة دي انا هبقى مشيت. ايوه انا عايزك تعرف ان انا ما سبتش المكان ده بسببك. انا سبت المكان ده بسبب الاحساس اللي عندي مش قادر اتخلص منه. Verses when writing as an echo from my heart, when the low heavy sky waits like a lead upon the spirit I can, and all the white horizon buildings hid by black days than night. It has beautiful and painful It has beautiful as it's painful mother, and I cannot suffer it anymore. I don't want again if by. I want you to try to stop or convince me, and it would only delay the inevitable. For I would do it again if by any chance you managed to save me once. أعمل إيه؟ أعمل إيه؟ أعمل إيه؟
Come now, we can handle this.
هعمل ايه؟
My sweet girl. Reads me like a book.
اديها لمين يا جماعة؟ طب نعمل حدي بدي؟ حادي بادي كم بادي شالوا وحطوا كله على دي يا كتكوت روح السوق هات البيضة من الصندوق اوعى تاكلها وتستخبى وهفوق. طب استنوا نلعب ملك وكتابة طيب ولا نعمل ايه؟
Good evening, sir.
معيش فلوس انا العب ملك وكتابة. وانا ممكن اقدر اجيب فلوس بس انا عايز.
I'm all right. Don't waste your time with me. Good evening, sir. Doctor.
الاختيار اللي انا هختاره ده مش هعرف ارجع فيه زي حياتنا كده. هو كده ده خلاص ده وصل لأعلى مراتب البتاع ده. أنا هدي رسالة لأمه.
I'm all right.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
بصي أنا بخون ثقة ابنك بس لمصلحته. خدي.
Your son asked me to find this letter, Mrs. Goswick. However, I thought it would be preferable to give it to you.
I already know what I'm going to read. Mortimer, why are you acting in this way? I have done everything I can to help you, but it's not enough.
We will talk about this letter later. I understand that you need some privacy.
Before you leave, take this for your trouble. Thanks to you, my son still has a future. Perhaps.
100 عملة. طب والله يا شيخة ده انتي ست كريمة أوي.
I have read your son's suicide note. It was not an impulsive gesture, nor was it his first attempt.
He threatened to kill himself a few times before, but I never thought he would dare to punish me this much.
Punish you? Why?
I've known for a long time he was not happy with his life, but I always hoped he cared enough to avoid making me suffer like this.
Do you realize your son could try to kill himself again? He might succeed next time.
I think about it every minute, but I won't stop fighting for my son's future. That's how much I love him.
You're right. Your son's death was not fatal, and unlike many on their own, he is lucky to have you by his side.
I can't give up on him. I just can't. I have conceded many times in my life, but giving up on my son is something I am incapable of.
Mortimer is extremely vague as to his motivations for committing suicide. Tell me more about what you know.
As you say, Mortimer had no reason to die. All he said to me was that he wanted to make the world a better place, but couldn't.
Why did your son feel so useless when facing the world?
I think it was more that he could only see the melancholy facets of life. He couldn't help but dwell on such things.
خليهم يخلصوا يا أخي وبعد كده نتكلم احنا في الآخر.
What do you think he meant by making the world a better place?
Mortimer has always been a sensitive soul. He wouldn't talk to anyone for months after his father passed. It's like he carries everyone's sadness with him.
لحظة واحدة. انا كده جبت كل الهنت يا حاج في ما تكلمها بقى. الله دي محتاجة هنت تاني ليه يعني ليه
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
بقول لك ايه معلش يعني سامحني انا اديت رسالة لامك اقول له
Good evening.
I'm okay.
I've read your letter, Mortimer.
You wrote about an unbearable feeling of despair while the world crumbles around you. Tell me more about it.
There's nothing more to say, really. It's hurtful, it's unbearable, and I don't ask anyone to understand what I feel.
Pain is a precious tool. You are lucky, man.
Despair is a deadly poison I've tasted myself, sir. We're only tempted to drink it because we're terrified by the uncertainty of the next minute.
I know that perfectly, Doctor. For I waited for so long, hoping that the next minute would be less unbearable.
Your mother won't let you down, Mortimer. Don't you share her hope for a better future?
No. I don't.
Won't you even try?
Do you want me to promise you I'll get better? Do you want me to tell her the same thing? I could, but it would not change anything.
أعتقد لو كنت اديته رسالة
I have to go now, sir.
لو كنت اديته هو رسالة كنت هفتح أنا الكلام معاه، إنما ما اديتوش هو رسالة ففي حاجة ما فتحتش معاه هو. فتح دماغ الاتنين أصلا اتحرقوا بجاز. اوكي مش فاهم انا الناس اللي عايزه تقتل نفسها دي ايه ده؟ الانتحار اسهل حاجه عندهم. مش فاهمهم انا الناس الغريبه دي. زدكس معلش هو ما يعرفش ان في ناس طيبين زيك كده يقدروا يقوموا بالواجب يا خالد. معلش. عارف انت اللي هو ليه يا حبيبي تقتل انت نفسك وتروح انت النار يا حبيبي؟ انا اقتلك، انا اقوم لك بالواجب يا بابا. الله، انما تقتل نفسك حرام يا حبيبي، حرام. انما انا اقتلك حلال. هو شخص متخلف ما يعرفش، هو متخلف. بدل ما كان يقتل نفسه كان يرجع حد يقتله. تخلف، ناس متخلفة يا جدع. عايز يقتل نفسه عبيط. وانت عادي انت تخش النار، انت عادي يا خالد صح؟ يعني هو بدل ما يقتل نفسه قلت له انت عادي وقشطة، انت كول. انا ما كنتش عايز امد ايدي عليك. حسنات. جديد الموضوع ده. قول منيح. ايه قول منيح؟ منيح لا ما كانش منيح، كان منيح تقريبا، كان منيح. المهم يعني حسنات. لا حسنات دي واحدة ست حبيبي، واحدة ست اسمها حسنات، انما تقتل واحد وتقول لي حسنات؟ حسنات مين؟ حسنات مين يا حاج حسنات؟ حسنات مين؟ انا بقتله عشان اخلصه من الدنيا. الدنيا غداء. ايه ده ايه ده ايه ده ايه ده؟ انت ايه اللي جابك هنا؟ ده مش مكانك يا حبيبي. بس رايح افتح الباب ده.
It's locked.
ده مقفول من ناحيتين. يعني احلف على المصحف، ولا احلف على الانجيل، ولا احلف ذا لاست اوف اس الجزء الاول احسن لعبة عندي. المرة الكام دي اللي حد يسألني السؤال ده؟ مش فاكر. لا يا جدع بعد الشر عليك، لا يا جدع عيب. دي آراء بقى حماد، دي آراء، دي آراء يا حماد. أنا تضربني؟ أيوه 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 عارف والله توصل، عارف توصل يا ده انت وحش رخم قوي. اكتر لعبة بالنسبة لي جي تي ايه. ممكن في ناس، انت اكتر لعبة بالنسبة لك كاونلاين اكتر من اللي هي يعني اكتر من هي ايه؟
This must be Clay Cox's knife.
اكتر من هي كقصة. انت اكتر لعبة عندك كاونلاين. انا ما بقتش اجمع ده. هي عندك اكتر لعبة كاونلاين اكتر من قصة. يعني انا اكتر لعبة عندي اونلاين برضه ممكن تكون ذا لاست اوف اس. الاونلاين فيها حلو قوي يعني ما شاء الله. كل حاجة عندي ذا لاست اوف اس. الجزء التاني ده انا مش مسميه ذا لاست اوف اس اصلا. انا عشان اكون صريح الجزء التاني ده انا مسميه ده لعبة تانية لوحده، مش ذا لاست اوف اس خالص، ولا يمت بذا لاست اوف اس باي صلة يعني. ايه ده؟ انا جيت لزعيم هنا؟ جيت لزعيم من غير ما اعرف؟ لا ما هو انا مش شايفه بالنسبه لي. لا ما ولا بارت 2 ولا بارت 1 ولا بارت اي بارت. الوحشين لا وحش واحد مقسوم 2 ولا ايه؟ نهار ابيض يا نهار ابيض يا نهار ابيض. سلام يا ابو خميس. منورتني والله. راح فين؟ كل يا حبيبي كل واتغذى. كل واتغذى. يا ابن العضاضة يا ابن العضاضة. يا ابن العضاضة. قلب مونكي مرة واحدة كده، نط عليا قلب مونكي. ما عادي بقى، عادي. كويس رجعوني هنا عشان ادي للراجل ده سكنته برضه. كويس.
Hey, Doc.
I have found the gift from your wife.
In that case, you'll be properly rewarded, Doc. Clay Cox is a man of his word.
I hope that won't make me an accomplice to your future crimes.
Who knows what I might do now I feel invincible again.
I'll leave you for now, Mr.
بس ارتاح يوم عشان الاتنين دول يبقوا خفوا، وده اخده واكله على طول. محتاج ارتاح يوم كده واطور من نفسي شوية. اريح على السرير، بس الاول نروح للدكتور، بعد الدكتور نريح على السرير، وبعد كده نقتل بقى نشوف الباقي.
Please, Jonathan, come in. Fascinating.
أعتقد شوية.
In the last decade, so many mysteries have been brought to light with our microscopes. The human body, biology's penultimate frontier. The more we explore its boundaries, the less we're able to trace a clear line between life and death. You, my friend, have a foot in both countries. The view must be vertiginous.
It's at least as vertiginous as chatting about vampires with you, I would say.
This must be all so new to you. This area of town, the hospital, a brand new life. How stimulating it must be.
I wish I could share your enthusiasm, Dr. Swansea, but my condition defies scientific categorization. Undead?
هو عارف الدكتور ده عارف ان ده
Immortality defies logic.
I cannot express my thrill at this serendipitous turn of events. The world's most eminent specialist in blood transfusions, a vampire. One might say a gift from heaven.
It may seem strange, but your words have brought me some comfort here.
Forgive me. I've been an admirer of your work for a long time, and now you are so much more than a brilliant physician. And please, call me Edgar.
Okay, Edgar.
There is no need to apologize, Edgar. You offered me sanctuary when I had none.
Very well. I have a task for you, Jonathan. Something that will require all your newfound skills.
Please, go on.
The Pembroke only survives through the generosity of our benefactors. Unfortunately, our main donor has found herself in a bit of a bind. Now, if you could help her out...
A spokesman or politician is what you need. That's not my calling. And until I come to understand what has happened to me, I require discretion.
Discretion is in order, Jonathan. Lady Ashbury has recently received rather indelicate correspondence that, if revealed, would jeopardize her position.
And you would like me to eradicate this threat?
By the stole, of course not. I would just like you to pay her a visit. Her ladyship is certainly near the tents outside, tending the sick. You can't miss her. Look for someone impossibly delicate.
Accepted. I'll see what kind of trouble Lady Ashbury is in.
ايه الرغي ده كله؟ وكمان ليه ما تعملش كمشهد سينمائي؟ ايه الرغي ده كله؟ عايز اعرف الورق ده عبارة عن ايه؟ تاني كده. Weakness of vampires Spexes The God of حاجات للفامباير يعني ايه ده؟ ايه الرغي ده كله برضه؟ Warning letter Dr. Wesley Aqua مش هقعد اقرا الرسالة كلها بصراحة طويلة أوي وبقى في رغي كتير يا جدعان.
Do you need something, Jonathan?
I have just a few questions.
Then ask away. I'm at your service, Doctor.
You mentioned something about a secret society. A brotherhood, if I recall. Could you elaborate?
Certainly. I've been a member of the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole for several years. We are pledged to monitor and report vampire activity in England as impartial scientific observers.
عم بعد اشتغل عليه عم هلعب بايه انا لو مات.
Yet you don't fear me. And still, you know the monster that lurks beneath the civilized surface.
The Brotherhood has studied your kind for centuries. We believe you are as supernatural as a lion is to a gazelle.
That explains your nightly wanderings about the docks and the questions you ask.
I feel it wasn't mere coincidence that led us to that part of town. There was something as yet unseen that set those chain of events in motion.
Since you seem quite the expert on vampires, what could you tell me about my condition and how it came about?
As men of science, our first step is always to start with what we know. Forget the myths, the hackneyed scrawlings in the Penny Dreadfuls. They do not scratch the surface of the truth you now find yourself in.
The sun. The morning following my transformation. Its rays burned me. There was pain, smoke, and my skin blackened.
You will find there is very little that can kill a vampire, my friend. You have been offered relative immortality. The sun will most certainly hurt you, leaving you weakened and damaged, but it will not destroy you.
Must I take a life to live?
You are a vampire. You feed, and blood is the sole sustenance that can sustain your immortal frame. And only a living creature contains the nourishment you require.
Since I'm the one working for you, what should I know about Pembroke Hospital?
Well, for many years, we have been the only medical facility in this part of town that people can rely on. We support the community here, as well as provide health care.
Where do we stand today?
Well, to be honest, we cope on a day-to-day basis. The first wave of the Spanish flu last summer took us by surprise. We lack many of the basic necessities needed.
What do you expect of me?
What we need is hope. You were a soldier. This is a war. This white coat's still a uniform. We fight to help the poor, the sick of the East End, the forgotten.
The man we pursued and slew in the canning factory, William Bishop, I believe, was he a vampire?
He was a Skald, technically speaking. The debate rages as to their classification. Some think them a subspecies of vampire, others something else.
How do Skalds come into existence?
The name means slave. The etymology may indicate that they are a lesser species of vampire. From what I know, vampires tend to despise them.
Just for clarity, what differences are there between myself and a Skald?
A Skald is easier to eliminate, Jonathan, even if they remain formidable foes for the unprepared. Vampires... Now, vampires exist beyond the mortal realm.
We'll see each other again soon, Edgar.
Edgar Keller. في لعبة تانية إدغار كيلر. لعبة L.A. Noire. لوس أنجلوس نوير. مفيش حاجة فوق. Took to the hospital benefactor.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
water. اجيب لها منين water طيب؟
The flower's dying. It needs water.
ايه معقولة مفيش مية هنا خالص؟ عايز مية ووتر. برفيوم باتل، لا مش برفيوم، انا عايز ووتر. Recycle. Okay. Yeah, even more. Okay. Major distract events. Every night, the consequences of your actions may improve or degrades the destructive health status. It can also be degraded due to disease spreading among citizens. Oh. Stable, healthy, serious, stable, okay. اوكي ماشي. Clay had murdered the brother of man who tried to kill him. اوكي هحتاج لكلاي ده ولا اقتله بعدين؟
The flu took my dear wife, Emily. I take comfort knowing we'll soon be together again.
Mr. Rainfield, that's no way to talk. You're in good hands here, and we'll be up again soon enough. Now do me a kindness and get some sleep. I'll be back round later.
Your words are kind, the blessings of an angel. You're the sweet, sweet Lady of Mercy.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. It's a pleasure to see you again. You seem surprised. Dr. Swansea has brought me up to speed concerning your recent appointment to Pembroke Hospital.
You're a the lady who saved me that night, before vanishing into thin air. I remember you from the pub with Dr. Swansea.
Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself formally this time. My name is Lady Ashbury. I remember you well, in spite of the brevity of our encounter.
Our encounter.
Apologies. You've taken me by surprise. I'm very happy to see you.
The pleasure is mine, Doctor.
I hope you're more disposed to answer my questions now.
You must have countless questions, but our rather urgent matter first. Swansea has explained. My cover, if you prefer, has been compromised.
Have any of the patients given you trouble?
These poor souls have so little left to live for. I do my best to ease their pain.
The world would be a better place if it were cared for by women like you.
You make me blush. I am simply a necessary evil.
Pardon my boldness, your ladyship, but I have questions concerning this condition we share.
As a newborn, your hunger for answers is rivaled only by your thirst for blood. But the questions need wait.
I'm a scientist. My trade is in the deciphering of mysteries, and I need information to feed my mind.
I will gladly answer every question you have, but first, prove yourself capable of resolving my predicament without eating the culprit.
Dr. Swansea has commissioned me to be your agent in this matter. You could start by explaining what's amiss.
These past insufferable weeks, I've been the victim of extortion. I've made a first payment, but the blackmailer grows greedy. I must refuse his most recent demands.
If we're dealing with an ordinary criminal, surely you've the means to deal with it yourself, if I may.
As immortal tradition doth dictate, all fangs and hypnotic eyes ablaze, the blood would run like a river. That's what I hope to avoid. Violence has a tendency to spiral out of control.
What are your expectations? Please be precise.
As the newly appointed surgeon of this hospital, you are in an excellent position to ask innocent questions and deftly learn the identity of my blackmailer.
Who would be so foolish as to threaten you? A kindred spirit.
Even if it were the case, and I highly doubt it, a vampire would have asked for something more valuable than money. My suspicions lean toward a patient or their family.
Please continue. Every detail is essential. I'm your man.
My embarrassment in this matter is eclipsed only by my shame at having put the hospital at risk. The threat from our anonymous scoundrel is clear. A list of dates. My visits coinciding with the dates of suspicious patient deaths due to massive blood loss.
I'll take care of it. Do you know where I should start?
If that was the case, I'd settle the matter myself. You could talk to our local gossip, Harriet Jones. Not a pin drops here without her hearing about it.
I'll meet that woman now.
My life, as others know, is in your hands, Dr. Reed. I'm sure of your discretion, but I do fear your powers of persuasion will be put to the test. When this is resolved, I'll be your obligé. I'll answer all questions in regards of your condition.
أكيد مش هساعدك في الآخر ما تجاوبنيش. تستهبلي بصراحة. استعبط ولا؟
Is our little mystery closer to being solved?
I think of nothing else.
My situation is delicate, and it occupies all my thoughts. The blackmail must stop. I need assurance.
Stop following me. Simpletons, these nurses. Bred with no respect.
Sabahu?
What is this? Who are you? Get out of my room.
There's no need for alarm, madam. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon.
Preposterous. Dr. Reed, you say? I don't want some bumbling intern. Where's Dr. Swansea?
Please, calm down, madam. I assure you that I am highly qualified. I'm just back from war duty.
How brave. Threatening an old defenseless woman. You know how long I've been a patient here? You've picked the wrong fight. I'm Harriet Jones.
Harriet Jones? Indeed. I've been meaning to have a chat with you. You know what goes on here better than any other patient, I gather.
Oh, better than any patient, nurse or doctor. I've seen so many vile undertakings.
I heard there have been some despicable goings-on. Was there a case of blackmail?
Blackmail? Wait. You're investigating something. This isn't a social call. One of those incompetent cunts slit a poor sod's vein.
You seem to know more about the goings-on here than anyone else. Beware, Miss Jones, in case suspicion should fall on you.
That's it. Blame the old and infirm. I see those little bitches' greedy little eyes. Just waiting for me to pop off they are.
If I didn't know better, Miss Jones, I'd be inclined to say you enjoy this type of idle gossip.
God's honest truth, Doctor. It's just the way it is here. Most of these bitches would let you freeze to death before getting you a blanket.
I assure you, madam, this is not an investigation into a possible medical error.
Debauchery, then? Nurses Crane, Hawkins, Brannigans, whores, all of them. They can't keep their legs shut. I've seen them scratching slutty sores.
Really? Well, if you have irrefutable proof, I'll not have the staff behaving in such a manner here.
This is your business, Doctor, not mine. But I swear one of the nurses is cavorting with some man on hospital hours.
Thank you for your time, Miss Jones. You've given me something to go on. See you on the next round.
The patients and staff might know something. I'll start my investigation with them. It's locked.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
What steps are you prepared to take to feel more useful?
I don't know yet. My sister believes that the real fight is in the streets nowadays. Maybe she's right. Maybe this is what I must do.
And what about Milton Hooks? Does he share your point of view?
For Milton, any change means more comfort and more peace. I disagree.
If you feel that saving lives is not useful enough, perhaps it means that you've lost faith.
On the contrary, my faith has never been stronger. Maybe we are all just too proud to face up to the fact that science cannot compete with God.
Milton cheats patients out of their money at this hospital, Pippa. Are you his accomplice?
Yes, I am.
Is this your definition of being useful? By abusing the sick and poor?
No. It is my definition of getting out of this useless life once and for all.
Why do you do it?
Why not? Most of the sick who paid for a bed are already dead, or will be soon. Don't you see the futility of all this?
You put a price on hope. This goes against everything you swore to uphold as a nurse.
Report me then, Dr. Reed. Report the little nurse and keep on lying about the surgical errors, the wrong dosages and diagnostics that we all covered for the sake of our colleagues.
Whose idea was it?
What difference does it make? We did it together, and I'm guilty as charged.
Answer my question.
It was my idea first, even though Milton would say it was his, to protect me.
اهلا يا يوسف جيمر بوي منور. كيف احوالك؟ شو اخبارك؟ شو الدنيا؟
Pepper, I know you're very close to Milton Hooks.
Yes, Milton Hooks is my man. If you want to report me for that, just feel free, Doctor.
I have no intention of reporting you, Nurse Hawkins, but are you aware of the risks?
The rules say I won't be allowed to work as a nurse anymore. But here at the Pembroke, we break rules all the time.
Is he worth the risk?
Hey, I'm no perfect woman, and Milton is not the finest bloke, but we do our best to get by. That's all any of us can hope for nowadays.
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting one of the nurses during her shift?
Let me guess. You spoke with that old shrew, Harriet Jones. Do not pay attention to her, Doctor. She's full of fanciful tales.
عرفت منين؟ عرفت منين ان هي بتقول قصص خيالية؟ عرفت منين؟
No matter how you feel about her, Miss Jones deserves our help.
Who says I don't care for her? Hate is what keeps that old crone alive.
She could have been telling the truth about the mysterious man.
That old witch will end up in hell soon enough. Who cares if a nurse finds some happiness where she can?
What can you tell me?
Let me guess.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
والله شكلك انت اللي بتلاقي الهابنس، وخلي الهابنس دي تنزل على دماغك بس اصبر. مبروك مبروك يا يوسف. congratulations. مبروك بجد مبروك والله، فرحان لك. ده أول فيديو ليك؟
The burdens of this hospital alone.
مبروك يا يوسف.
Another night with the glorious.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you know if any of the hospital staff have criminal backgrounds?
The people who work here all come from very different backgrounds, Doctor. Just like the patients.
Have you seen a strange man visiting any of the nurses here?
I've never heard of such a thing, Doctor.
Have you seen a strange man visiting any of the nurses here?
I've never heard of such a thing, Doctor.
Goodbye, nurse.
Darcy.
Overwhelmed.
الراجل ده انه شوف هيعمل ايه ده. اجي هنا ازاي؟ اجي هنا ازاي؟ انزل تحت انزل تحت انزل تحت. هنا صح المفروض. ماشي لحظة واحدة عايز اتأكد بس. هنا كده ماشي. عايز اتأكد من حاجة. هنا اوكي. المرة الجاية همسكك. فين بقى الممرضة دارسي؟ Dorsey, where are you? يبقى دورسي هي اللي بتقابل الراجل. يمكن دورسي زي الوحيدة اللي مش موجودة. دورسي فعلا مش موجودة الوحيدة. اقعد الف كتير كده. اوكي فين دورسي؟ مين ده؟ Evastro. Best to activate your senses. If a citizen is behaving suspiciously, their heart will glow by looking at the citizens. Oh. Look for Dorsey Crane.
Please, sir. I need help bad.
What's going on?
I'm Blight, sir. Newton Blight. I've lost my mate. Can't find him anywhere.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed from the Pembroke Hospital. Please, calm down and give me more details.
Oswald and myself were both infantry, sir. We were en route for the hospital, but... well, we had a disagreement. And Oswald ran off towards the canal.
How long have you been searching for him?
I can't go there. Too many rats by the water. Fucking rats. Can't stand them since the war, sir. Can't stand them at all.
Don't be ashamed, Mr. Blight. Many soldiers who survived the trenches suffer from musophobia. I'll see what I can do for your friend. What can you tell me about yourself?
I'm Oswald's best friend. We served in the same regiment, sir. We've taken care of each other since we came back from the front.
This is a dangerous part of town. What are you doing here?
We were looking for the Pembroke Hospital. We both need help. Treatment, I mean. To get some sleep. Just need to feel better, sir.
What can you tell me about your friend?
His name is Oswald Thatcher. We survived the war together. Oswald is nervous and quite fragile since we came back from the war.
Where was your friend the last time you saw him?
He went down by the canal. He didn't want to go to the hospital. I think he went to the sewers on purpose. So I couldn't go after him.
I have all the information I need for now. If I find anything out about your friend, I'll let you know as soon as I can.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
اللي بيتكتب في الكلام مش بيتقال.
We've dodged death so many times. When I get back, Oswald.
Find Darcy. اوكي فين دارسي؟ اطلع فوق تاني يا حاج. Darcy. هنا ماشي. تحت
You're sure you don't come back with me?
Nah, I have to see someone at the hospital.
Be careful. You look so bad they may keep you as a patient.
Fuck 'em. I don't like hospitals or doctors.
Well then, when you go back to Whitechapel, you may find this useful.
What is it?
A pass for a free medical exam by the best nurse available. Just read it.
I don't read well, but thank you, I guess.
الحقيقة بتاعتنا بتعمل ايه؟ Be careful when you sell items. اوكي قريتها دي قبل كده. هل سويسايد سكواد الشرير بتاعها هيبقى سوبرمان؟
He's locked the door behind him. I need to find another way to follow him.
ممكن يكون العدو بتاعنا سوبرمان.
This man has been savagely attacked and dragged to the floor.
Door has been unlocked. اتمنى يا رب ان الخير يعني، عشان ده اطفال كتير هتروح بصراحه، وانا ما بحبش الاطفال يجرى حاجه خالص. عشان الاطفال ملهاش اي ذنب في اي حاجه، لسه داخلين الدنيا جديد يعني، اتمنى يا رب ان انتوا ترجعوا بخير. Level 2. اتمنى يا رب ترجعوا بخير، امين يا رب. Careful, the endangered citizen may not survive the next night. Go check on him. ما تعيطش بقى، ما تعيطش، مفيش راجل بيعيط.
Are you injured, sir?
Help me get out of here. I need to get out.
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd be glad to help you, but you must calm down first. Please, take a deep breath and tell me your name.
Okay. I'm Oswald Thatcher. Please, I need to get out.
Mr. Thatcher, your friend Newton sent me to help you. Do you remember him?
Yes, I do.
Good. Now leave this place and enjoy the cool night air. It's quite invigorating. I'm sure you'll feel better if you do.
Citizen rescued a citizen. He will return to his district sovereign night. Okay.
Are you
Yes.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
ولا أنا حبيبي صدق. عليكم السلام يا جو. كيفك شخبارك شحوالك؟ أنا بخير طول ما أنت بخير وكلكم بخير، والناس بتيجي القناة ونقعد نتحدث ونتكلم وندردش ونهزر ونضحك ويعني أنا اكتشفت إن أنا بحب الكلام كتير. اكتشفت نشكر ربنا بخير، نشكر ربنا يا رب. انت يا رب تكوني بخير يا رب، انت واسرتك وعائلتك كلكم جميعا يا رب.
I have this.
ايه ده؟ انا قلت يا لقيت كده.
Blood.
لسه مكتشف ايه اللي انا اكتشفته. لسه مكتشف. ايه ده؟ هو الموضوع كان قديم ولا ايه؟ لا انا اكتشفته الفترة دي. لا انا اكتشفت الموضوع ده الفترة دي.
What sort of creature is this?
وشك حلو. قابلنا وحش كده. وشك حلو اوي. موسيقى حلوة قوي. بس الوحش ده شبه وحش انا شفته في يوم كان برضه عامل اسد، كان اسد. فاكر ده شبه وحش في يوم يعني. لا 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 يا ابني العضاضة، يا ابني العضاضة، يا ابني العضاضة. انت هتعض وانا مش هعضك يعني. يا ابن انا دمي ملوث، دمي ملوث انا. مش عايز تصدق ان دمي ملوث. انا دمي ملوث صدقني. حلوة قوي القعدة دي، اللي هو بيقعد على رجل واحدة ده تمام ويعمل كده. اتفضلي يا هانم، ايد ورا كده وايد قدام. لا يا نهار ابيض، حلوة قوي دي. لا وبالظبط رجل واقف برجل وقاعد بالتانية وايد قدام. سفراجي سفراجي يعني. حلو قوي قوي. خليك بقى كده. نعم اخلع، امشي من هنا يا ابني، يخرب بيتك. لا 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 لا، هنهزر ولا ايه؟ يا ولاد هتفرج. هو يبقى الساعة كام نايت سيتي؟
Here's what's left of him. Not a lot to check, but I should anyway.
If you are sick, if you have no money. 6 عادي، ممكن اخلي البث ده 3 ساعات بكرة عادي. كده بعمل البث الساعة 3، ممكن اخلي 3 ساعات. او ممكن ابقى شغال وانا في البث، يعني لقيت حاجة حلوة ماشي، ما لقيتش مش مهم. او ممكن ابقى اشوف بعد البث. بس يعني هو فعلا لعبة حلوة، يعني سايبر بانك حلو. You are sick if you have no money, however you are, however you from, come see Dorsey to get some help. حلوة الصوت.
Some voucher for a free checkup in Whitechapel.
بس
What is Nurse Crane up to? I really must find her.
أنا فعلا اللي خايف منه، دي حقيقي اللي خايف منه في اللي هو الافنجرز، ان هو اللعبة ظهرت بعد نجاح سلسلة الافلام بتاعت افنجر، و جايبين احسن ممثلين تمام. ما قدرتش ارغي بقى في التعليقات عندك، كنت هبقى اكلمك على الانستا، بس كويس انك جيتي. يعني جايبين احسن ممثلين، تروي بيكر، نولان نورث، تريفز، لورا بيلي، جايبين ممثلين كويسين. واللعبة ظهرت طبعا بعد نجاح سلسلة افلام افنجرز، فخايف يعني خايف جدا من القصة الاساسية، مش مطمن. لا انا حبيت الافنجرز من ايام انا شفت ايرون مان الجزء الاول. لا هي اذواق، ما اعرفش انت ما شفتوش ليه، يعني افتكرت ما شفتوش مش عشان مش عاجبك، افتكرت ما شفتوش عشان مش عايزه تشوفيه. انا شفته من ايام ايرون مان، بصراحه ايرون مان كان عسل. فلا هي السلسله كلها حلوه بتاعت الافنجرز، سلسله جميله بصراحه. فطبعا هم عارفين الناس بقى عايزين يلعبوا بثور، بهالك، بايرون مان، بالافنجرز. يعني اي شخص عاقل هيعرف كده. لا اكس مان ملوش علاقه بالافنجرز ولا دخل في جزء واحد منهم، ويمكن دي اكتر حاجه زعلتني. يعني توقعت حتى في اخر جزء للافنجرز يظهر وولفرين كده. يعني هيو جاكمان برضو من الممثلين اللي بحبهم جدا، برضو ما ظهرش في ولا جزء من الافنجرز. فلا هما اللي متأكد منهم هما عملوا اللعبة دي على نجاح. يعني ولا شفتي باتمان ولا سوبرمان ولا اي حاجة من بعد 2011؟ لا كتير كده يا بنتي، كتير. الافلام دي حلوة جدا. انت ظالمة نفسك كده. لا انت لازم تشوف الحاجات دي حاجات فعلا حقيقية لازم تتشاف. لا مش عشان هي حلوة، عشان هي حلوة ولازم تتشاف الاتنين. يعني لو حلوة بس اقولك ماشي، انما لو حلوة وعايزة لازم تتشاف الاتنين. حاجات بديهيات. بس هو يعني ليه، بما ان كويس ان انا لقيت ناس اللي هي ممكن ما تحبش السوبر هيرو قوي، ليه؟ يعني ايه السبب مثلا اللي بيخليكي مش حاسه ان انت عاجبك افلام السوبر هيرو؟ ممكن تكوني مليتي منهم، بس السوبر هيرو دول اللي بيدونا الامل في الحياة، اللي بيدوني امل في يوم ان انا ممكن برق يضربني وابقى سفلاش مرة. يعني يمكن في يوم ابقى زفلاش، يمكن في يوم حد ياخدني يحولني ولفرين، يعني مين عارف. بس هو انا لو اتضربت بالبرق هنموت، يعني دي المعلومة اللي احنا عارفينها. انما هو اتضرب بالبرق وعاش وبقى زفلاش. احنا هنا لا، احنا هنا اللي هيجيله برق في دماغه خلاص. يعني الافلام وفيلم سبايدر مان اللي العيال دلوقتي بقت عايزه العنكبوت يقرصها. مش فاهم انا العيال اللي بقت عايزه العنكبوت يقرصها دي عيال بقت بتخوف الواحد. تخيل تلاقي عيل ماسك في الشارع عنكبوت، يقول له بتعمل ايه؟ يقول له ده انا عايزه يقرصني يا عمو عشان ابقى سبايدر مان. ده حصل بقى في عيال كتير فعلا دلوقتي. جت فترة كده وقالوا ان العنكبوت هي دي مصيبة تانية. العيال اللي كانوا بينطوا من على البلكون مصيبة تانية. بس في عيال اللي هو انا اعرف عيل كان عيل اعرفه جدا، تمام، قال لأهله أنا ممكن عايز أنط من البلكونة وأطلع خيط من إيدي، أنا مش هموت. فأنا كنت مرعوب عليه. حتى أنا حاولت على قد ما أقدر أفهمه إن سبايدر مان ده مش حقيقي. فالموضوع وصل بطريقة وحشة جدا. المصيبة يعني هم كمان مقتنعين ان هو لو هو ما طلعش خيط سبايدر مان هيجي يطلع له وهيجي ينقذه هو. دي مصيبة تانية لوحدها. الواحد تخيل كده عيل تقول له ايه، تقول له يا حبيبي لا انت مش هتطلع خيط، يروح قايل له ايه طب سبايدر مان هيجي ينقذني. ينقذك مين؟ هو فضيلك. الراجل عنده لعب بيعملها وعنده افلام بيعملها، هيجي ينقذك انت؟ يعني نراعي برضه ظروف الراجل. يعني الراجل لسه هيظهر لنا في 2021 في افنجرز، ولسه عامل لعبة من سنتين، ولسه تلاقيه بيحضر للجزء التاني بتاع اللعبة، ولسه بيعمل فيلم سبايدر مان الجزء التالت. فيعني الراجل مضغوط عليه. اكيد الراجل مش هيسيب كل البلاد دي ويجي العيل في مصر يروح واخده مثلا. الراجل عنده شغل. امال الجرايم قلت ليه؟ عشان عارفين الراجل ومشغولياته. قالوا احنا نقلل الجرايم دلوقتي، الراجل بس يشتغل يعمل له القرشين كده عشان لما يتقاعد تمام ونرجع نسرق تاني. ده المجرمين ذات نفسهم عملوا كده، انما عيال هتيجي تنط من لا بجد والله الموضوع بقى مرعب. وطلعوا الناس قالوا ده عنكبوت خاص اللي قرص بتاع ده وكان عنده شعاع ومش عنده شعاع. فاللي هو حسيت ايه اللي عنده شعاع؟ يعني عيال هتفهم العنكبوت ده كان عنده شعاع ولا ما عندوش؟ احنا هنهزر. استغربت والله موضوع يقولوا العنكبوت ده كان عنده شعاع. هي العيال فاهمه يعني ولا ايه؟ عيب الشتيمة عيب. ابوك وامك ما علموكش الادب؟ اعلمك انا. هو على حسب السلاح. لا وهي مش شتيمة الحمد لله ما بحبش اشتم الاعداء. يعني انا في اعداء بتأسف لهم. اهم حاجة ما يحسوش ان هم متضايقين. يعني في اعداء ممكن اقول له انا اسف بعد ما يموت بقى ارجع اقول له لا الشتيمة دي عليك، فاهم كده. انما دي قناة محترمة فيعني مش هنشتم. انت بتحاول طيب ماشي. وغير كده هو فعلا يعني هو قلتلك اللعبة دي مش اساسها القتال اكتر، اساسها البحث، يعني اساسها لعبة تحقيق. اصل هو في عدة اسلحة بس هو نفس الضرب، يعني مفيش تغيير كده. هو قدرات، القدرات اللي مع الحاج جوناثان ده. يا نهار ابيض، انا ايه اللي جابني هنا؟ انا نفسيا جيت هنا عشان احل قضية البت اللي هنا دي. نفسيا انا نفسيا جيت هنا، نفسيا كده من جوه. شوف بس انا كنت جاي هنا قبل كده. انا قلت برضه ايه ده، هيحطولي في القصة حتة نقعد نموت فيها بقى، عيب يعني. لسه ما لقيتش البتاع ده. ايه ده؟ اقدر اعمل له ماشي. ايه ده؟ ده هنا؟ مشفتش باين ان انت هنا. يعني انا اول ما اشوف واحد، يعني انا طالع هنا عنده ويقول لي لف وارجع تاني، انت بتطردني؟ هو مش عيب؟ عيب ولا مش عيب؟ دي يعني بتعيط من كتر التكرار، ولا بتعيط من مش عارف ان انا قتلته، ولا بتعيط من ايه؟ 2 من نوفمبر. اعود لها طبعا. حلو حلو. اوكي ده وكنت لسه اقول شنطة سفر، فكرت في الاغنية بتاعت الاسطورة عمرو دياب، ورجعت من السفر.
This is no place for a gentleman. Oi! Elise!
اتغذى يا ابني ده. عبيط؟ هل انت عبيط؟ هو حاجة من اتنين، يا عبيط يا عبيط، وانا مع الاحتمال الاول ان هو عبيط. والاحتمال التاني شغال ان هو عبيط برضه، بس الاحتمال الاول احلى. ده ايه المكان؟ هاي ده حلو ده. هي كل مرة بقعد احدث فيها حاجة بيحصل اللي بيحصل، ان انا بنام. Start to upgrade new weapon level with acquired ماشي components. هبقى اقراها بعدين. فكرت ما هو ده ماشي. work on progress. أول واحدة كده تعمل لها upgrade. That's better. Yeah, I know that's better. مش معايا. حلو ده.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
بدل ما تاكل بني ادمين. Welcome back. انا عارفان اكتر منك والله. تاكل فين ولا تاكل بني ادمين؟ لا مش انتي مش انتي خالص. هو عرفان ان هو بياكل فين ويعني هي دي اول دخلة ليكي فانا دخلت. احلى حاجه فيا ان انا ما شاء الله معايا فلوس كتير بس مش بشتري بيها حاجه. انا محوشهم لامتى برضه مش عارف. يعني اكيد 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 هيجي الوقت اللي هصرف فيه فلوس يعني اكيد. ايه ده حاطط سلاح مكان سلاح ولا ايه؟ لا في الجيم في الحقيقة تاني. حتة المصارعة دي مش معايا. شايم ايه ده؟ هي دي مش المفروض تبقى خضرا؟ يا جعان. ايوه يا جدع الشبع حلو برضه. لا 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 لا، على فكرة هي فكرة الصيام معايا على فكرة، مش موضوع الأكل. لا بتكلم جعان هنا في اللعبة الشخصية. لا والله هي فكرة الصيام بتاعي عندنا مش فكرة الأكل خالص. أنا كده يعني ببث كل يوم. لما ببث في العادي لو انت بتحضري يعني بقعد 4 أو 5 ساعات، مش باكل غير بعد كده. فهي الفكرة مش ان انا جعان. لما بحس ان انا جعان قوي عملتها قبل كده وكلت في البث. بس هي الفكرة بالنسبة لي مش ان انا جعان، الفكرة ان انا بحب اكل اكل فطاري. يعني انا بحب اكل اكل فطاري، ملوخية معمولة مثلا بالفراخ، حاجات زي كده، شوربة الفراخ والحاجات دي. فانا مش باكل الاكل ده خالص، يعني باكل اكترية الخضروات بقى، الحاجات الصيامي. فيمكن دي بس فكرة الاكل بالنسبة لي، انما بالنسبة للجوع لا عادي. تسلمي يا رب، تسلمي ويقويك يا رب. فمش عارف، عادي انا كان ممكن اصوم عادي يعني. مش عارف في فراخ صيامي ولا يعني اكل فرخه صايمه مثلا، يبقى انا كده ما فطرتش مثلا، صح؟ لو انا اكلت فرخه صايمه يبقى ما فطرتش. هاكل ايه؟ هي مش صايمه؟ مش فاهم انا. فرخة صايمة وانا اكلتها وهي صايمة البنية.
This is Braille. I need someone who can read this.
What happened? Who are you?
It's all right, sir. You're safe now.
Oh, a fellow Englishman. Thank you, sir. For a moment I thought those bloody heathens had killed me.
What are you doing here? This place is not safe.
Yeah, it's a cesspool, but it's mine. I came to collect some overdue rent, but those who still live here have gone completely bonkers.
You're very lucky to be alive.
Yeah, filthy immigrants. Fucking savages, every one of them. And now with this bloody fever, they're just animals.
You can find safety of sorts in Whitechapel. If you're quick and cautious, you'll be able to avoid the savages.
لحظة كده، مش عارف، انا بقيت محتار يا جماعة، اكل الناس دي ولا اصبر عليها شوية؟ لا نصبر عليه شوية. بس وانا عامة لحد دلوقتي بصراحة يعني ماسك نفسي وما اكلتش حد. دي حاجة كويسة.
I have this thirst for blood.
عايزة ايه النهارده يا بنت انت؟ انا بجوع كل ما افتكر ان انا هاكل بعد البث اكل ما فيهوش حاجه بحبها. يعني اكتر اكل اللي بحبه الجبنه، غير الفراخ طبعا، الجبنه دي. يعني ممكن وانا جعان مثلا اعمل سندوتش جبنه. دلوقتي اعمل سندوتش ايه؟ بس اعتقد برضو اعتقد ان ما هو الجبنه والملوخيه ما بقيتش اكلهم عشان بيتعملوا بفاطر، فانا ما بحبهمش غير بفاطر، فما باكلهمش. انا ممكن اعمل سندوتش جبنه لو من بقره صايمه برضو. يعني الفرخه كانت صايمه وكلناها، البقره لو صايمه نعمل منها الجبنه بقى ونشرب منها اللبن. لا انا عندي شويه افكار جهنميه. لا بعيد عني، كانت ضحضه يا بيه الحال، بقيت باكل عدس. لا لا، لحمة ايه؟ انا ما بحبش اللحمة خالص. انا اكتر نوع لحوم بحبه هي الفراخ، انما اللحمة العادية لا لا لا, لا خالص خالص. It's not me that person. Not me. Not me. لست انا هذا الشخص. انا اكل لحمه؟ لا لا لا، اقتل نفسي قبل ما اعملها. انا في حالة واحدة بس باكل فيها اللحمة، ليلة العيد بالليل. هي اعتقد فعلا ليلة العيد عموما بتبقى احلى ليلة لما الناس تتجمع كده وتاكلوا. يا نهار ابيض، بتبقى احلى ليلة فعلا. الواحد بيحس ان الصيام اللي صامه ولا عدى منه يوم حتى، خلاص خلص، ما كانش فيه صيام اساسا. والله وفعلا من ناحية الوقت بيجري، فالوقت بيجري. الوقت ما شاء الله عليه بقى طلقة.
It's closed. Fuck, it's full. Shit.
سامحني جعان. واو، والله الوحش ده فيه شبه من وحش فيوبي.
I cannot enter. متقسمة مناطق، مش كان هي ما بترجعش اكتر من كده، لكن دي اوحش حاجة فيها. ده اخرها ان هي ترجع تصغر الخريطة دي وشاول الحركة دي.
Ain't safe here for a gentleman. Step away, sir.
لا لا، مين اللي قال لك كده؟ مين اللي قال لك كده؟ It's very safe.
I'll take it.
صوت طلقة ضربت من غير ما تتضرب.
Whitechapel. This neighborhood is linked somehow to the kind Lady Ashbury's blackmail. First, let's find this Petrescu fellow.
Join the switch.
What?
Shooting a boy in the middle of the street. Not the best thing to do, wouldn't you say?
What? You saw what happened? Who are you?
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you promise me to set your gun aside.
No. Look, I'm not a violent man. I'm Benjamin Palmer, doctor. And no one can help me. Not even you.
أنا ما تقلقش، هعالجك وهاكلك صدقني. انت والتاني هاكلكوا يا كلاب.
What can you tell me about this place?
Nothing to say, really. This is where I used to live, and this is where I live now.
You don't have anywhere to go? No family that would welcome you?
Not since the death of my wife, Albert's mother. She was sick, you see. Long before the flu and all this shit.
You mean you used to have a better life?
Yeah, I had a wife, a home,
and a job. I even used to have a name. And now I'm just Ben. Ben the Tramp.
Perhaps you could focus for a moment and tell me your troubles.
I'm sick, broke, and my son just stole my pills. Everything's coming up roses.
Whatever the boy did, I'm sure he didn't deserve a public execution.
I swear I didn't want to hit him. It's just that I'm sick in the head, you see, and the boy just frayed me last nerve.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? Have you heard anything?
It's funny, I've been searching for her too. I need some pills. But the woman is a phantom, if you ask me.
Really? And why is that?
Word is she ain't real. She's a cover for some doctor who runs an illegal dispensary for migrants.
I have found a very interesting letter. Your son planned to prove his worth to the gang by stealing your medicine.
Oh, I see. So the little bugger thought he could use his dad to build a reputation.
The gang's recruiter was dead when I found him. Perhaps you should take better care of your son.
I love my Albert, sir. Believe me. It's just... well, I'm an arsehole, I suppose. Anyway, thanks for the letter. This is for your trouble.
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now.
For now, صدقني هاجي
The wet boots will be proud of me.
Are you all right?
The bastard hit the wall next to me. I don't even know if he meant to miss.
If you've been hurt, I can help you. I'm a doctor.
Name's Albert. Remember it. Now bugger off.
انت Albert.
What happened? Did you really steal that man's medication?
Hey, I didn't do anything. It ain't me.
All right. Perhaps the poor drunk just confused you with someone else.
Sod off, mister. You ain't got no clue what's going on here. Bastard was a soldier in the war, so now he's got the right to shoot me.
It's true. I'm not familiar with this part of town. Perhaps you could help me.
I said sod off. Go find yourself another guide.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? If you know anything about her, I'd appreciate it.
Never heard of her. She's pretty, I'll keep an eye out.
Goodbye, young man.
Wet boots will be proud of me.
Sort of bloody jump.
Good evening, Benjamin.
I'm afraid not, Mr.
What is it, Benjamin? It was the war, wasn't it? Your nerves are shot, aren't they? I need some answers, Private. From one soldier to another.
The doctors called me a liar. A coward. Put me in a straitjacket, locked me up. Finally, they sent me back to the front lines with a handful of tablets.
Yes. Sounds like shell shock. I've seen a few cases like yours. This is nothing you should be ashamed of, Benjamin. And it's perfectly natural in your situation.
I'm not ashamed. I just need my pills. Peace and quiet, that's all.
A gun,
كلهم مرضى.
Good evening, miss.
Good evening, sir. Are you interested in a miraculous cure for this unknown and deadly epidemic?
Actually, I am.
Then you have come to the right place. The famous Swanborough cordial is all you need to help keep you in perfect health.
Oh, really? Why didn't I hear about it during my studies? I'm Jonathan Reed, by the way. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Ah, my brother has spoken of your research, sir. I'm Loretta Swanborough, and it's always a pleasure to meet a fellow healer.
Tell me, who intrigues you most in Whitechapel?
The region itself is something to see, but I would say Camellia the mute florist who gives away her flowers.
What do you think of the locals?
Most of them are afraid or desperate. They all come to me eventually for my remedy.
Is there anyone I should avoid?
Cadogan Bates, without a doubt. The bloody bastard remorselessly exploits poor migrants as soon as they get here.
Loretta, your miraculous formula wouldn't even cure a common cold, and you know it.
The Swanborough's cordial's secret ingredient is hope, Doctor. And it's something people around here really need.
A placebo effect is real and has benefit. But in your case, you could be murdering your customers who may die because they are not receiving the necessary medical attention.
Medical attention? In Whitechapel? Trust me, my cordial is the best option they have, since it is the only one.
If your true purpose was to help, you wouldn't take money from the poor for your snake oil.
Oh, but to pay for it is part of the process, Doctor. If it were free, they wouldn't believe in it.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like to talk about competition.
Competition, you say?
Never met her, but it seems she provides some sort of medical care to the poor. The whole thing has to be some sort of scam, if you ask me.
I'd like to see what kind of medicine you're selling.
ألبرت ده ابنه.
When science failed you, this elixir will give you faith again.
Gangs of goons.
The Swanborough cordial can be the answer to all your problems.
مغلق للتحسينات.
What do you want? Leave me alone.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I'm looking for Nurse Dorothy Crane.
There is no Dorothy Crane here. Now goodbye.
I'm afraid this medical leaflet says the opposite, sir.
Really? Well, I'm afraid I'm going to close this door right now. Go bother someone else, Mr. Doctor.
To enter that house, I must discover who this man really is. Maybe I could start by observing what he's up to. It's locked, all right.
ايه ده؟ دوسي هنا.
No one's there.
I'll send you...
ببینش. You're dead.
It's locked.
Goody.
Goodbye, Miss. I cannot enter.
الجثث دي كلها. أنيميا. ماشي. وورد. اوكي. واحدة من الاتنين. صرفت كتير أنا كده. ماشي. خدتش بالي من دي، افتكرت أعمل الاتنين. Increase the rolling time. عنده كولد معرفش. بيرن شيتس غريبة. ماشي. فاجو بيرن شيتس ماشي. كول بس القاعدة دي هنا كول ده ماشي. ده في حاجة في المخ لسه. هيديك حاجة بعد في المخ. ماشي بس كده تمام. ايه ده؟ افتكرت هنخرج بقى. ماشي. حسيت قد شعرت بذلك. أنا فين؟ لا يا حلو والله. التليفون حلو، التليفون حلو بيضيع الوقت. اعتقد في حاجة تحت، صح؟ انا ما شفتهاش. انا جيت من هنا. 4.
Welcome, sir. Please, take a browse of my wares.
I'm Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Doctor? Interesting. I'm Barrett Lewis. Usually I don't have time to waste with talk, but at this hour of the night I can hardly refuse.
How is business around here?
Business? I have no business. Between this racket, theft, and customers getting scared, I'm losing money every day.
I see. Sounds like you blame someone in particular for your situation.
It's no secret Joe Peterson spends his time harassing merchants. But with me, he's trying to put me out of business once and for all.
As a merchant, you see Whitechapel every day. Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary recently?
Well, you mean besides the epidemic, the war, and all the usual crap? As long as I can remember, this part of town has been a bottomless pit. And no sign of the bottom yet.
Violence is increasing in the borough.
Yeah. A few nights ago, some blokes jumped me. Came out of one of the condemned workshops. Fever. Madness. Something like that.
Where did this happen? Why did you go there?
In the closed workshops nearby. I worked there as an apprentice in better days. Now I only go to find trinkets or tools. Too bad I was mugged, though. There was good money in that little box of loot I lost.
Have you been hurt?
No, but that's only because I ran like hell. Those men were raving lunatics, I tell you. Not even able to speak anymore, just screaming.
Have you heard of a nurse called Dorothy Crane?
Nurse Crane? So the bitch really is a nurse, then? Always thought she was just some crafty foreigner, that one.
Yes, she's a nurse, and quite a good one. What did she do to gain such notoriety?
Dorothy Crane ain't even a real name. Something like Dorothea Craniu. Something like that. Came to England fleeing the war, I was told.
That doesn't explain why she irritates you so much.
Your precious Nurse Crane gives away medical supplies and prescriptions for free. I offered to sell it for a fair cut, but no. Miss Crane wanted to play the quiet saint.
ما كويسة يا جدع مالك انت. معلش الدبانة يا اخي معلش. ضايقتني قاعد عمال تمشي على المايك كده فضايقتني. دبانة رخمة.
Goodbye for now.
Cheap price, good quality. Come on, take a look. Don't be afraid.
Excuse me, sir. I have a few questions for you.
Another journalist? I didn't answer the first one, so piss off!
I'm not a journalist, I'm a doctor.
A doctor, you say? It's quite a rare breed in this part of town.
Really? But still, here I am. Dr. Jonathan Reed, at your service.
I'm Joe Peterson to some, but Colossus Joe to most. And I don't remember asking for your service, sir.
May I ask what you do around here?
I do whatever I want, and sometimes even more. Now sod off.
According to you, physicians are scarce in this part of town. Why is that?
Not familiar with this neighborhood, are you? I guess your fancy colleagues are too afraid of being stabbed in the back.
This part of town does have quite a reputation. Would you say it's justified?
Totally. Look at me, for instance. I always look my opponent in the eye before knocking him out.
How did you become the local bully everyone is afraid of, Joe?
There's no pride in roughing up poor bastards. But this is the only job I've found. And it pays well, too.
A job? So you're racketeering for someone else?
I got enlisted by the Wet Boot Boys, a gang from the docks. I'm their muscle for their dirty work.
Most people don't become thugs when unemployed. This is a choice you made.
I don't care what you think, sir. I do what I have to do for my own reasons, and that's that.
I'm not sure Mr. Lewis would agree with your by all means necessary philosophy, sir.
Oh, do you really think he's the poor victim here? Barrett can be as sneaky as anyone. Long ago, I even called the bastard my best friend.
Have you heard of a nurse named Dorothy Crane? She's a colleague of mine, and is supposed to live around here.
Dorothy Crane? Yeah, I know her. One of the few good souls who dare to help the sick around here.
Could you please tell me more about her?
She's a nice girl. Tries to help the migrants. I offered to give her a hand, but she said my reputation would attract too much attention.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson. You never lose your focus.
كنت صح ولا؟
Joe Peterson. He's the villain here, isn't he? But you seem to know each other.
I've known Joe for years. I saw him box once or twice. He was a friend then. But these days, he's just another thug.
What can you tell me about Mr. Peterson? Besides his behavior toward you, obviously.
Colossus Joe was a decent boxer. Good one, even. But after his wife passed away, he found every excuse to stop training. Just wanted to pick fights with everyone.
Without making excuses for him, it's safe to say that despair can poison even the sanest mind.
We've all had some rough times, ain't we? But most of us don't use our fists to see us through.
And no one has ever stood up to this thug.
Nobody would be fool enough to stand against the Wet Boot Boy.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Lewis.
الأنثى اللي كان سامعها فين؟
Forgive my interruption.
Do not apologize, my son. Father Tobias Whitaker is always happy to teach mortals about the incoming Armageddon.
I am Dr. Jonathan Reed, and I just have a few questions.
A scientist? You are much more lost than I thought, my son.
What do you mean when you say that I am more lost than you thought?
All scientists are entangled in a world of causes and consequences, and most of them can't see the plain truth.
Quite a judgmental opinion, if you ask me. But what do I know? Blinded by science as I am.
But you are seeking answers, aren't you? Answers about the Armageddon about to strike the city. Answers about the hidden truth.
I am. But the answers I seek are based on facts, not superstition. What do you mean when you say that I...
Also,
quite a
but you...
Well, I suppose I can spare a few minutes listening to your so-called truth.
As a doctor, you must be aware of the decimating epidemic. But let me tell you that this so-called Spanish flu is just the beginning of the end.
What do you mean?
The beast is finally revealing itself, corrupting the flesh and the heart of men. With my own eyes I have seen them, those minions from the abyss.
Really? And what would be your answer to this biblical threat?
We must fight the disease before this legion outnumbers us. But not with scalpels and microscopes. No.
What is left then?
Cleansing fire.
What do you...
All
quite a...
But you...
Well, what do you...
The beat.
I have heard enough. Good evening.
It's far.
Tell me, Tobias, what exactly is your plan concerning the cleansing of this city?
God will recognize his own. More than once this city has risen from the ashes, hardened and purified by the flames.
Purification by fire has proved useful, but where do you stop? Burn the clothes? The buildings? The corpses? Worse?
Your lack of faith is predictable. But my task is to convince rational minds like yours to see the light. This is God's will.
You're mad. And dangerous. You're nothing but a soulless butcher. A small-time Torquemada. The Savonarola of Whitechapel.
My son, if you think salvation is a free gift, go listen to the lies of that pompous fool, Joseph.
Joseph, a fool?
Vicar Larrabee of St. Mary's Church. While he continues preaching his fraudulent redemption, more and more people die in the streets.
Have you any friends? Any family left in these terrible times?
No. But I have a disciple I see as my son. He is so devoted. I sent him to preach the good word in the heart of this corrupted city.
Where did you send him?
I sent Samuel to the Stonebridge Cemetery, where the pestilence and evil grows night after night.
You sent him on some preaching crusade during the epidemic.
As a true believer, Samuel will fear no evil while he walks through the valley of the shadow of death.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like the liberal ideas of nurses, but I especially abhor that Nurse Crane you mentioned.
So you're not exactly a fan of Florence Nightingale's work. But nurses are essential for modern healthcare.
Nuns should be the only women allowed to take care of male patients. It's obvious only they have the necessary moral fiber.
Why do you hate Nurse Crane more than other nurses?
Before coming to London, she was a member of the communist resistance in our country. That's what happens when you let a woman get involved in politics.
I have heard enough for tonight. Goodbye.
I must reveal.
Don't be shy, handsome. What can Christina do for you?
I'm not looking for what you're selling. But I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may. I'm a doctor. Dr. Reed.
All right then, but be quick. Though I usually get paid when I open my mouth.
Christina, have you been examined? The epidemic is spreading fast in London, and you could be exposed. Or expose others.
I don't like doctors or hospitals, but I don't like you asking questions.
Considering your line of work, I assure you it is only a matter of time before you have health issues.
If it is going to happen, it will happen. Right now, I need money. That's what's important.
You can put your own life in danger, that's your decision. But what about your clients? If you're contaminated, you will put them in danger too.
And you think that would worry me? If you knew the men I deal with, their health would not be what you'd worry about.
Tell me about yourself.
Are you joking with me? People don't usually come to see me for conversation.
I have no interest in your work. I am, however, curious as to what led you into this career.
Short story. The war, exile, and England. This country is not especially welcoming. I've been refused many jobs because of where I am from. I had few options left.
I always thought I was the master of my own fate. But now I know we don't always have control over our lives. I don't judge you.
You know, this money is not only for me. I have good reasons to need this money quickly. But it is not your concern, Doctor.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? Anything you can tell me about her would be helpful.
I don't know her, but I know her name is Dorothea Crăciunescu. She came from Romania like me and many others.
You seem to respect her.
Dorothea helps the sick people of Whitechapel. Everyone should respect that.
Goodbye, miss. Take care of yourself as best you can.
There's something going on in this district. I don't... Excuse me, sir. Are you familiar with this part of town? Name's Clayton Darby, reporter.
Sorry, I'm new to Whitechapel. But perhaps you could help me since you're a journalist. My name is Jonathan Reed.
Dr. Reed, the famous surgeon. I'll gladly help if I'm able, sir.
What is a journalist doing in this borough after sunset?
He goes where none of his colleagues would dare to go, to inform the country.
So you risk your life to reveal the truth. I saw many reporters do the same during the war.
Whitechapel is the crucible of so many untold stories and tragedies. I want people to know them.
That's quite honorable of you. But is the public interested?
Not at all, sir. And that's why I'm an independent journalist, hoping to sell some stories.
Have you any idea of the danger you face in these streets at night?
I've had to run and hide more than once from frenzied mobs incensed by the fever. Do you think the flu is really responsible for this, Doctor?
I'm convinced there is more at work here than a simple epidemic.
Really? To be honest, I could say the same. Some of the sick I saw or heard of. My God, what happened to them?
Why are the newspapers keeping silent about the Spanish influenza? It's as though none of you care.
There's a war going on. People shouldn't be demoralized by news of deadly diseases.
I served in France. Our top priority must be to put an end to this butchery. This war must stop now.
Sir, streets are a battlefield too. An invisible and untold war is going on, and it must be stopped.
Christina Popper claims she sells her body because she can't find any other work. Do you believe her?
Of course I do. Her story is exactly what I want my readers to understand. We live in an intolerant and divided nation.
Do you think things will ever change, Mr. Darby?
I believe the situation can only improve. And now that women can vote, I'm convinced things will change.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby.
شكرا.
Farewell.
شكرا على وقتك.
Good evening, Christina. Do you need any assistance, Miss Popper?
It depends on the price of your medicine.
I am shocked that you would think I am that sort of man.
Forgive my suspicion. I'm so used to liars with good manners. Thank you, sir.
Clayton Darby claims he will expose the crisis in Whitechapel to all of London. Do you believe him?
I believe Clayton's courage will erode with time, until he finally leaves Whitechapel to start another fight somewhere else.
Why this skepticism?
How can you speak about starvation if you've never been hungry? Or about poverty, or anything else you have never suffered from?
Are you talking from experience?
I've seen your type come here to get a good fuck in a cheap room or a dark alley before going back to their fancy houses in the West End.
كلمي كويس طيب.
Goodbye, miss. Take care of yourself as best you can.
كلموا دول ولا اخويا السيد دول؟
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you need assistance?
That would be nice of you, Doctor. Who knows what I may have caught during my investigation.
If you persist in investigating the most pox-ridden boroughs of London, you must accept the risks.
Thank you, sir.
Goodbye, Mr.
Be judged for your sins. Even now, he judges your
Hello, young man. I'm Dr. Reed, and I would like to ask you a few questions. May I enter, please?
Sorry, no, sir. My father does not like people entering our house, you see.
Your father is worried about you, boy. He asked me to look for you.
So my father actually worries about me then? Okay then. Come on in. I'm a Harry, by the way.
Is there only pain and suffering in this world? Even my dreams are soaked.
لحظة يا حبيبي لحظة. كل كلمة تقولها محسوبة عليك جزء.
It's locked, all right. So, may I ask you a few questions?
I'm not bothered. What could be worse?
How do you feel?
I'm fine. I mean, it's not easy every day, but I'm fine. I'm just tired of being sick all the time. If only I could be tough, like... Well, you know.
Speaking of which, what can you tell me about your father?
My father is an idiot who makes idiot things. That's all I have to say.
Forgive my bluntness, young man, but you don't seem happy living in Whitechapel.
Why should I? I never wanted to come here in the first place. It was my father's decision. And look around you. Does this look like a nice place to live?
You have a roof over your head, a place to call home. Many people here are not as lucky, you know.
That's exactly what my father says. Harry, you should be grateful for what you've got. I wasn't even consulted when we moved here.
If life here is so terrible for you, why don't you just leave this place? Have you ever spoken to your father about it?
I don't go outside. It terrifies me so. I went outside once without my father noticing and I saw terrible things. Bloody and frightening things.
So that's why you stay at home all day? For fear of the epidemic?
I'm not afraid of disease or death, Dr. Reed. It's the living I'm afraid of.
Your father and Mr. Lewis used to be good friends. What happened, Harry?
I was young then. I don't remember Mr. Lewis ever coming back again after my mother died. Or was it after my father started bullying him? I don't know.
Have you tried speaking to Mr. Lewis about it?
I don't go out often, but yes. And he scolded me and told me to leave him alone. I guess my father frightens him too much.
But you are not responsible for your father's actions.
Am I not? Dad always says that he joined that gang for my safety. So if I wasn't born, people wouldn't be worrying about Colossus Joe.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
Yes, I know her. She came here to examine me when I was very sick. She said I should go out more.
Goodbye, young man. Take care of yourself.
Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
You again?
Harry doesn't seem happy living in Whitechapel. Why did you make him come here?
I've always put my son's interests above everything else, whatever he may think. Our house is small but affordable. The walls are thin, but the door is solid.
You really love your son, don't you, Mr. Peterson?
He's my pride and joy. Even if he hates me for the choices I make and pushes me buttons more than he should.
Do you have any regrets?
Only one. Not to have my beloved wife by my side. She died when Harry was little. My sweet Jane. She gave the boy confidence.
Since the criminal nature of your job means you could be arrested, are you not afraid of what would happen to your boy if you were?
No one will ever take my son away from me. If that ever occurred, I'd hunt the bastard down and rip off his head with my bare hands.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
So you only hurt people because you care about me? Is that it?
Don't be such a brat. I'll do what I must to provide us with food and medicine, that's all.
Mum would never have let you bully an old friend like Mr. Lewis. Shame on you.
Harry, I'm your father and I love you. But don't you ever speak to me like that again.
What? You're gonna beat me too?
Jesus. Give me patience.
انزل لي انزل لي انزل.
You again?
Why is your relationship with your son so difficult?
Harry and I are so different. Sometimes I wonder if he's my own blood. Seems he's ashamed to be my son.
Why not change that then? If you used your strength to do good, perhaps Harry wouldn't feel that way about you.
How dare you tell me what I should or shouldn't do with my boy? Who the fuck are you to interfere like that?
I mean no harm to your family. But if you want my advice, this is no place to raise a child.
No matter where we live, Harry will always be sick and frail. At least here, I'm respected. And no one will ever dare touch him.
Goodbye.
You...
Good... Good evening, Harry. May I come in?
Sure. Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
So?
I'm not bothered.
You and your father have a difficult relationship, Harry. Tell me, did he ever hurt you?
No, never. My father can be brutal and rude, violent even. But he never touched an hair on my head.
What is going on between you two then?
It's his job, if you can call it a job. He bullies people. Men and women we know, like poor Mr. Lewis. It's just not right.
Goodbye, young man.
Is there only pain and suffering?
One way or another.
يعني مش عارف اقول عليه كويس ولا وحش ولا اقول عليه.
There's nobody here. It's locked, all right.
حلو مع الوقت الموضوع بيبقى سهل.
This could be the box Lewis thought he lost. A love letter from Joe Peterson's wife addressed to Barrett Lewis. Who should I give it to, I wonder?
رسالة تاني عشان نحدد. هي بتقول له ان احنا ننهي علاقتنا ببعض. مراتك محترمة والله وانت حقير، فللأسف انا هديها له ويعمل بقى فيك اللي يعمل. عايز اقف العيل اللي بيعيط ده فين عشان اقفل البث. في صوت عيل بيعيط بس هو فين مش سامع.
Please, Joe.
You again? What do you want this?
I think the documents in this box could be of some interest to you.
Really? Where'd you get it?
I found it in an abandoned building nearby. I thought you might want to keep these letters.
Let me see. Letters about my boy. Thank you, sir.
You do not appear surprised or pained by this.
Surprised about what? Harry's my son, I'm his father, and that's all there is to know, don't you think?
Yes, I suppose you're right.
Here's a little something for your trouble. And to remind you to keep your mouth shut about all this. Goodbye, Mr. P.
اعتقد كنت اديتها لابوه الحقيقي اعتقد. عشان واضح انك انت مش ابوه اصلا. ده مكتب حلو المكتب دي مدخلين ده حلو. ده عنده حاجة في المخ ربنا يشفيه. دي اللي هروح اكلمها دلوقتي. ماشي.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor. Warm, rich, vibrant blood.
I have made inquiries about the men who were tracking you, Miss Howcroft.
I did not expect a mortal to have this sort of courage. Speak, Doctor. Why are they hunting me down?
It was a misunderstanding. These hunters were in fact looking for a very different creature, but they mistakenly put their sights on you.
I knew it. I have become undone. Those hunters have discovered me, but they don't know what I'm capable of.
If you'll accept some advice from a petty mortal, I think you should assume a low profile and just quietly disappear into the shadows.
You are right. And you have served me well, mortal. Take this as a reward for your time. Perhaps I will allow you to drink deep of my blood. One day.
Thank you. I'll keep that proposition in mind. I'll leave you.
Daily routine.
So many deaths. And what of my own life?
Dear Jonathan. شكرا على الرسالة. Fancy. Have it change. They could. Okay. النهارده كده خلصنا البث اللطيف الظريف الخفيف الحلو ده. بشكركم جدا 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 جدا. بشكر كل اللي عمل لايك، كل اللي عمل شير، كل اللي عمل سبسكرايب، اشترك النهارده في القناه. شكرا جدا ليكم كالعاده ويبقى معتنا عاده. بشكركم جدا 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 جدا. بشكر كل اللي عمل لايك، كل اللي عمل شير، كل اللي عمل سبسكرايب، اشترك النهارده في القناه بجد. شكرا ليكم. بشكر اول بصص كل نوروني النهارده في الشات. شكرا ان انتوا جيتوا ونورتوني النهارده. اتمنى يا رب اشوفكم كل البثوث الجايه على خير، ويا رب تكونوا استمتعتوا بالبث ده وكل البثوث اللي فاتت، كل البثوث اللي جايه، وكل القعدات اللي مع بعض اللي جايه باذن الله. وكالعاده see you later guys.